Time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Francisco Giants. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Thursday evening to you, wherever you may be. Here at Dodger Stadium, they'll be meeting for the 13th time, and the Giants and the Dodgers have split the previous 12, each team winning 4 of 6 against the other at home. Tonight, it'll be Zack Greinke on the mound for the Dodgers, a record of 14-3. He has a 6-game winning streak, and here at Dodger Stadium, Greinke is 8-1. On the mound for San Francisco, Matt Cain with a record of 8-9. When you look at Matt's lifetime record against the Dodgers, he started off 0-8, and since then he has turned it around a bit. He is 5-9 lifetime. For only 3 times so far in baseball history have the Dodgers wound up in first place and the Giants last. It would be 1900, 1985, and 1995. So, of course, the Giants will try to get out of the cellar at the expense of the Dodgers and avoid that blemish on their record. We'll get to the ball game and a whole lot more coming up right after this.
Fans up in the reserve level behind section 1.
Dealers. Come test drive the fun-to-drive 2013 Sonata. By AT&T U-verse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. And by Jack in the Box. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax.
Moments away from first pitch on a beautiful night for baseball. The Dodgers versus the hated ones, the San Francisco Giants. The Giants lineup was just announced, and after every single player, the crowd booed. It was fun.
And rightfully so.
Steve Lyons, Patrick O'Neill, Zach Greinke, and Vin just went over the numbers: 14-3, 6 straight, 8-1 at home. But when you look at him, I don't think Roger Clemens. He doesn't seem overpowering. Why is he so successful?
He's kind of a quiet assassin because he doesn't have a real, huge mound presence out there. He's like one of those guys that you take a very comfortable 0 for 4 against. He goes up there and he throws. He works both sides of the plate. What I've really liked about him so far this season is that he's been really good at throwing a little cut fastball away to left-handed hitters, and it comes back and nips the outside corner of the plate. It's a really hard pitch to throw because when you cut a ball, you tend to hook it. And if you hook it too much, it runs to the middle of the plate against a lefty. You can get hurt. But he throws it and then says, "Whoa!" No, he doesn't do that. I did that.
Yeah. Well, it seems like he does it. Maybe the hitter said he's been.
That was for Christian.
It's been a lot of fun, and I like to see him at the plate. He's hitting .333. Great athlete. Dodgers, home clincher in their sights. Stay with us.
Batting second in left field.
To you, wherever you may be, we're at Dodger Stadium, game one of the 4-game series between the Giants and the Dodgers. The Dodgers in first place, the Giants in last place, and it doesn't make any difference. It's the Giants and the Dodgers. They've been knocking heads all summer long, and they are 6-6. Meanwhile, tonight is Magic Johnson bobblehead night, and throwing out the first pitch, teammates of his back in '87 and '88 on the Showtime Lakers, Michael Cooper and Michael Thompson, and they made the accurate throws. Crowd got a big kick out of seeing them being together. It's been a while, I'm sure. And the Dodgers now on Magic Johnson night, they're also talking about the magic number, and the number remains 6. It will remain 6 unless the Dodgers win tonight, because Arizona is not playing. They will host Colorado tomorrow night. So for Don Mattingly, going up against a ball club where each team has done well against the other, the Dodgers have beaten the Giants 4 out of 6 here, and the Giants have returned the favor up there. Here's Bruce Bochy's lineup. Angel Pagan in center field. He's missed a good portion of the year. Marco Scutaro at second base. Brandon Belt at first. And Buster Posey behind the plate. Hunter Pence in right. Pablo Sandoval at third. Brandon Crawford at short. Gregor Blanco in left. Matt Cain on the mound. And ready to make the first pitch of the night, Zach Greinke. The right-hander ready, and the first pitch to Angel Pagan is off the plate, ball one. Greinke is 14-3. He doesn't have a record against the Giants. He pitched against them in May last year, had a no decision before coming over to the Dodgers. He is 8-1 here at Dodger Stadium, and he gets a strike to Pagan, and the count 1-1. Angel Pagan, a very exciting ball player, and unfortunately for him and the Giants, one of his most exciting moments this year caused him a serious injury, a home run inside the park. The 1-1 change is high. 2-1 again to Angel Pagan. Pagan in 2012 had a major year against the Dodgers, and then of course this year his season was ruined by the serious injury. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Pagan swings, doesn't get it, and the count 2-2. So Zach Greinke trying to get a decision for the first time in his career against the Giants. We mentioned it at the very start. It is a rare time where the Dodgers are in first place and the Giants are in last place. It's only happened 3 times: 1900, 1985, 1995. Pagan fouls it back, so the count stays 2-2. Angel Pagan last year hit .333. He had 22 hits. He had 6 multi-hit games, and 4 of the 6 came in a row. So he really was a #1 hitter against the Dodgers. So you can understand they sorely missed him this year after the inside the park accident. 2-2 pitch. Pagan pokes that foul. Still 2-2. Little interesting note too about Angel Pagan. His birthday is July the 2nd, and he's the first ever major league player to hit his first 2 home runs on his birthday. Odd note, but it's true. 2-2 to the left-hand hitting Pagan, who is a switch hitter but batting left-handed against Greinke. Angel back up. He's 32 years old. When he hit the 2 home runs, it was on his birthday in 2006. Hits one off the end of the stick to third. Uribe in a hurry, guns it, and nips him at first. And boy, that was close. Pagan drops to one knee. It was that close to let out the frustration. So a good play by Uribe. Let's take a look at the Dodgers with the leather. Gonzalez and Ellis, Ramirez, Uribe, Crawford, Epier, and Puig. Ellis handling Greinke. So 1 down, and now here comes Marco Scutaro, who is the #1 man in the National League. He is the toughest to strike out. So an interesting sidebar as he checks in. 1 out, first inning, no score. Greinke deals in for a strike, and the count 0-1. In talking about Scutaro, the #1, the toughest guy to strike out, he's had over 500 plate appearances. He has struck out 33 times. I mean, that is tough. The strike 1 pitch, he swings and fouls it away. 0-2 the count. Now you have a fellow who doesn't strike out against Zach Greinke, who has 128 strikeouts. So a little battle inside the ward. Greinke deep in thought. Scutaro waiting with Brandon Belt on deck. Greinke feet together on the first base side of the rubber, looks into A.J. Ellis, taking a little time, and Scutaro backs out. 0-2 the count. Scutaro has hit safely 13 of his last 17. He takes off the plate. 1-2 the count. So over that stretch, hitting .290. Greinke, of course, has been red hot. He's won 6 in a row, and he is 8-1 at home. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Marco Scutaro. The 1-2 pitch over the top fastball is low, and the count 2-2. So Greinke working on a contact hitter. Giants have won 3 of their last 4 games, and they have been 5 consecutive games decided by 1 run, and Bruce's club has done reasonably well. I do not think the Giants are going to wind up in last place. 2-2 pitch on the way. Scutaro takes ball 3. So the tough man to strike out gets all the way in the count. The Giants right now are a half a game behind Colorado. They're a game behind San Diego. I just can't believe they won't climb over 1 or 2 teams. 3-2 pitch, line drive, foul down the left field line. So the count stays 3-2 to Marco Scutaro, who had a great career and is still enjoying one, but he had a great career up in the Bay Area with Oakland. He was the MVP, you may remember, last year in the league championship series. Marco will be 38 years old in October. 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and foul back. So he might be getting a little bit older for a regular job at second base, but nevertheless this year he's played 121 games, 118 at second base, 3 as the DH. So Scutaro back up and waiting, and the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, hit foul down the line, out of play. So this indeed is push against shove. You have a strikeout pitcher and you have a hitter who just doesn't strike out. Last year we were talking about Pagan doing a number against the Dodgers. Last year Scutaro hit .366 with 26 hits against the Dodgers. And in the August sweep of the Dodgers here, he was 6 for 13. This will be the 9th pitch coming up in this very tough at bat. 2 tough competitors. Greinke trying to put him away, and Scutaro stubborn at the idea. 1 out, first inning, no score. Greinke ready, and the right-hander's 3-2 pitch is a breaking ball in the dirt, and Scutaro wins the battle as he so often does. So Greinke walks Scutaro, and that'll bring up Brandon Belt. So Brandon Belt, big left-hand hitting first baseman, great name for a ball player, and that name Belt has produced 15 home runs, 56 runs batted in, and a .284 batting average. Belt has hit safely in 15 of the last 17, hitting better than .350, and he has a big swing and comes up empty, and the count 0-1. So Brandon Belt hitting in the number 3 slot, which automatically tells you he's a top hitter on the club. And then you have Buster Posey hitting cleanup. Brandon Belt is from Nacogdoches in Texas. Lives in Lufkin, Texas. Strike 1 pitch is swung on, pull foul right between the legs of first base coach Roberto Kelly. Roberto, who in his long career spent a little time here coaching over at third, longtime favorite of Bruce Bochy, Tim Flannery. First inning, you have Scutaro at first, 1 out. Brandon Belt up there with a count 0-2. Greinke ready, delivers, and there's a high pop fly. Going out to get it is Mark Ellis. He's under it now, one hands it for the out. Scutaro no place to go. So Belt way out in front of a changeup and just popped it up. And that will bring up Buster Posey. So Posey being booed, which is a tribute to an opposing player for sure. Buster hitting .311, 15 home runs, 71 RBIs, and hitting a little over .400 for the last 2 weeks. So Posey at the plate. Greinke delivers, and it is swung on and missed in the count 0-1. Posey, the remarkable story of an All-American shortstop whose college coach knew he was a natural leader and put him behind the plate, and he's an all-star behind the plate. Strike one pitch on the way to Buster. Greinke deals low and away. Posey, among other things, will be a Giant for a long time. He signed a 9-year deal, and well, he should. Remember Buster Posey in the World Series in 2010. He was the first rookie catcher in Major League history to bat cleanup in a postseason game. He takes in the dirt, and they count 2 balls and 1 strike. And of course 2010, a remarkable year, and he was a Rookie of the Year, following such people as Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda, Willie McCovey, Gary Matthews, John Montefusco, and along came Buster. 2-1 the count. Posey, right-hand hitter, waiting. Greinke delivers, check swing, a little soft roller down to Mark Ellis, who throws him out easily, and that's the inning. No runs, no hits, a man left on a walk, and at the end of half an inning, Giants nothing, Dodgers coming up. Time for Matt Cain to go to work. Dodger lineup now is written out by Don Mattingly, and the Dodgers, who had 4 regulars sit out last night, but they're all back to work tonight. Yasiel Puig in right field, Carl Crawford in left, Hanley Ramirez at short, Adrian Gonzalez at first, Andre Ethier in center field, Juan Uribe at third, A.J. Ellis the catcher, Mark Ellis at second, Zach Greinke on the mound. On the mound for the Giants, certainly no stranger, Big Matt Cain out of Dothan, Alabama, 6'3" and 230 with an 8-9 record. Matt, however, has won 3 straight on the road, and when you look at his career record, it's 5-9. You think that's pretty bad. Actually, he began his major league career going 0-8 against the Dodgers. So you look at it as he grew up and matured, he's 5-1. So Matt ready, and the first pitch to Puig is a mile-high fly ball, but very playable. Angel Pagan is right there to make the catch. So Puig, first ball swinging, and lifts one to center field. 1 away. Not a bad time to look at the Giants defensively. Belt and Scutaro on the right side. Crawford and Sandoval on the left, with Blanco, Pagan, and Pence in the outfield, and Buster Posey behind the plate. So 1 away on the fly ball, and Carl Crawford checking in. Matt Cain, as we told you, has a record of 8-9. Crawford, hitting .283, takes a strike. The breakdown, or splits as they call him, for Matt Cain: in the daytime he is 1-6. At night, 7-3. Strike one pitch on the way. Crawford lays off and it's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Couple of baseball notes about Cain, not the usual background. He has been saved 6 times from losing a game. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, ball 2. In other words, he left the game in position to lose, but the offense came back to tie or take the lead. He's been vulnerable, and maybe that's why Puig went after the first pitch. He has given up 6 home runs on the first pitch to a hitter, and he's lost 7 times this year on the road. High fly ball and another put out chance for Angel Pagan, and he's zipped to the occasion. 2 down in the first inning, and the batter will be Hanley Ramirez. To continue examining Matt Cain's year, he's allowed 7 home runs with 2 strikes, and he's been vulnerable to the home run in his first 75 pitches. He's given up 17 home runs. We told you that he lost 6, but he's also had what they would call cheap wins. He's had 3 cheap wins. In other words, he pitched less than 6, allowed 4 or more earned runs, and still got the win. But they all manage it because he's also had 4 tough losses. So now he's working on Hanley Ramirez. Matt Reddy delivers off speed, swung on and fouled back. Count 0-1. Cain dropping down to 77 on the velocity of that pitch. So Hanley Ramirez putting up big numbers, hitting .342, 18 home runs, 53 RBIs, hitting just under .400 the last week. Strike one pitch, high chopper up the middle, backhanded by Scudero, but no play. So Hanley Ramirez is aboard with a high chopping single up the middle. Hit number 1 for the Dodgers, hit number 1 in the ball game, and the batter now will be Adrian Gonzalez. Well, we'll try to beat fate to the punch as Adrian checks in. Matt Cain has not allowed a home run to a cleanup hitter this year. Yet, he has given up 4 home runs to leadoff hitters in the lineup. So maybe psychologically he just bears down a little more against the number 4 hitter. This number 4 hitter, Gonzalez, has 20 home runs, 89 runs batted in, hitting .295. Cain set, comes to his hitter and gets a strike, and the count 0-1. So Adrian Gonzalez 10 for 20 over the last 5 games. That doesn't count last night because he was 0 for 3 last night and struck out twice. 0-1. Cain out of a stretch, looks over his shoulder at Ramirez, back to Gonzalez, away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Cain's earned run average over 4.3 to be exact, coming off last year. He was 2.7, the year before that 2.8. So no matter how you cut it, it's been a very tough year for Matt Cain. 1-1 pitch on the way. Gonzalez swings, drives it to center, but going back is Pagan, so he gets them all in the first inning. 3 fly balls to Angel, a base hit by Ramirez, and at the end of an inning, no score. We'll have Hunter Pence, then Pablo Sandoval, and then Brandon Crawford. Zach Greinke's name right up there with the big boys. 3 straight years with a .725 or more winning percentage. Left-hander Dave McNally, and then of course Pedro Martinez, and the big left-hander Randy Johnson, and now you include Zach Greinke. At the plate, Hunter Pence, and he takes a strike. Hunter Pence, I'm sure, like any human being, would look at the pitchers for this 4-game series and try not to think about it. He's hitting .289, 20 home runs, 80 RBIs, swings, doesn't get it. He is hitting .143 against Greinke this year, hitting .057 against Kershaw, that's tomorrow night, hitting .276 against Nolasco, and he'll see him. The pitch is low on a check swing, no swing, says first base umpire Dan Iasonia. The 1-2 to Hunter Pence. The pride of Arlington, Texas, lives in Houston, went to the University of Texas. 6'4", 215, and constantly in motion. Constantly. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Greinke into the windup. Back he comes. Swung on. High fly ball to right field. Puig going back to the track. At the fence. And that one carries into the second row of seats in the right field corner for a home run. Boy, the ball carried well. There's no wind, but it is warm. It was 74 degrees when the game started. Puig broke on the ball as if he had to play all the while, and he just ran out of real estate. So Hunter Pence, a wrong field home run. High fly ball right down the right field line. Puig going, and ran out. So Pence hits it out, and just like that, a dramatic improvement for him against Greinke. 1-0 Giants. There's a hopper hit to shortstop by Pablo Sandoval. Ramirez takes care of that. So we have one away, and Brandon Crawford coming up. Puig frustrated as he ran to the wall, tried to reach and get it, couldn't do it. And Pence is on the board with a home run. For Hunter Pence, to start off the series, he hits his 21st home run. For Zach Greinke, he allows only his 12th home run. So 1-0 Giants, second inning, and Brandon Crawford, the shortstop, at the plate. A Bruin from UCLA takes an off-speed pitch for a strike. We can tell you the Pirates beat the Cubs 3-1. Marlon Byrd knocked in his 80th run. Pedro Alvarez his 90th. And the Bucks have now won 85 games, the same number as the Dodgers. The pitch to Brandon evens up the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Braves beat the Marlins 6-1. Freddie Freeman, celebrating his 24th birthday, hit his 20th home run. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Freeman not only had the home run, he had 3 hits and 97 and 98 runs batted in. Big day for the boy from Orange, Freddie Freeman. Crawford waiting on a 1-2 count. Left hand hitting shortstop, swings and comes up empty. So Crawford strikes out. 2 down here in the second inning, and the batter will be Gregor Blanco. Crawford struggling over his last 19 games, so that was a tough way for him to begin the night. Now here's Gregor Blanco. He's the other way. Blanco has hit safely 18 of the last 23, hitting over 300 throughout that stretch. So the left-hand hitting left fielder checks in. Greinke delivers. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count 0-1. Blanco has 2 home runs, 34 runs batted in, hitting .257. Struggling since the All-Star break, however. Strike 1 pitch is low, hitting just .216 since the break. So a lot of fellas are playing, and they're not going through the motions, not at all. Giants, of course, do not want to finish last, having won the championship. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. swung on, whacked into right field, base hit. Puig over to cut it off, and does. Fine play for Yasiel, and gets it back in the infield to holding a long single with 2 out to bring up Matt Cain. You might wonder, the Giants were the champs. When was the last time the champs finished last? 1998, the Florida Marlins. And what did they do then? They completely dismantled the team. Don't think the Giants have any ideas like that at all. Blanco over to say something to Roberto Kelly. So right away you wonder about him running. He has stolen 12 of 19, but you have the pitcher Matt Cain at the plate. Matt just has 3 hits. Right-hand batter takes a strike in the count 0-1. The one thing Cain has excelled in, sacrifice bunts. He has 10. So Matt, in his career, 6 home runs. Big strong boy out of Alabama. And the strike 1 pitch on the way. Greinke deals, swung on and fouled back, and the count 0-2. Matt Cain trying to help his own cause. Went to Houston High School. Hunter Pence has given him a push with a home run to lead 1-0. 0-2 the count to Cain. Greinke deals, swung on and missed. That's the inning. So the inning was a high fly ball by Hunter Pence that carried right down the right field line, and his best efforts were not enough for Puig, and it's 1-0 San Francisco. Number 1, it's only the second home run by a right-handed batter to hit against Greinke this year. It's also the second home run by Pence in 22 games against the Dodgers while wearing a Giants uniform. Mr. Fidget hit a long fly ball to right, and it carried extremely well and gave Bruce Bochy a 1-0 lead. Bochy has a strong suit with his team. It's a good, solid defensive club. 13 straight games without an error, 6th longest streak in the National League since back in 1921. So Matt Cain going to work. 1-0 San Francisco, and the batter is Andre Ethier. One other footnote, asterisk footnote, on the Pence home run had to do with the count when Greinke delivered the pitch. Ethier takes a strike. The home run was hit on a 1-2 pitch. You know what the batting average for the league against Greinke 1-2? 0.43. 3 hits in 69 at bats. So it was a shock to him, I'm sure. Strike one pitch, cued off the glove of third baseman Sandoval, backed up by Crawford, and Andre Ethier is aboard. A lot of English on that ball. It looked like it came right out of a pool hall. And in trying to go to his left, Sandoval unable to come up with it. Little English as it kicks off the leather, backed up by Crawford, no play. It'll be a base hit for Ethier. So the Dodgers immediately get the tying run aboard, and the batter will be Juan Uribe. Uribe's greatest year in the big leagues was with the Giants. He had 24 home runs before he came to the Dodgers, and wouldn't you know, his career high 7 RBIs were against the Giants on July the 5th. So Uribe waiting, still thinking, I'm sure, of those 3 home runs the other night. Matt Cain delivers, and the pitch in for a strike. Talking about home runs, if you're inclined to, Matt Cain has allowed 21. 0-1 to Uribe. Ethier at first, held on by Belt. We're in the bottom of the inning, and the Giants lead 1-0. Cain at the belt. Big right hand already, and comes back. Uribe pops her up into shallow right. Going out Scudero. In comes Pence. Scudero will take care and drops the ball, and they are going to rule it a force play. He dropped it, and we were watching first base umpire Dan Iasanya, and he indicated the ball's in play. So that takes Ethier off the base paths. Looks like Scudero has it, gloves it, squeezes the glove, and the ball comes out like wet soap. However, it'll be a 4-6 force play, and we have 1 out with Uribe at first. It was not as if he was in the act of throwing. He just plain dropped it. No error, of course. They got the out. And here is A.J. Ellis. Cain set, looks over at Uribe, now to the plate, and gets a strike. If you had Andre Ethier still at first base, he has stolen 4. You now have Juan Uribe, who is 4 for 4 in stolen bases, but you surrender an out. 0-1 the count to Ellis, with Mark Ellis hitting back of him. Cain set. Now Matt deals, swung on, comebacker. Cain turns, throws to Crawford, only throws it into center field. On his way to third is Uribe. He is in there, and there goes the errorless streak. So Matt Cain had at least a force and maybe a double play. Tried to throw it and lead his shortstop, and threw it into center field. So the Dodgers get a big break on what might have been a DP. Threw it just to the left of Brandon Crawford. So it's the error on the fielder's choice, and the Dodgers have runners at first and third, tying run at third with 1 out. Take another look, but no matter how many times you look at it, Cain threw the ball away. So that's baseball for you. 1 minute you're talking about a brilliant stretch of defensive plays by the Giants. Boom, an error. So here is Mark Ellis trying to at least pick up Uribe. And the pitch to Mark in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Matt Cain battling Mark Ellis. No balls and 1 strike. Mark, for over a month, hitting .293. Strike 1 pitch, instead a throw to first. AJ jumps back on the bag. Mark Ellis hitting over 300 against Cain. 0-1 the count. Matt Reddy, right-handed deals, foul back. Though he has Ellis no balls and 2 strikes. Hunter Pence hit a home run to right field in the second inning. Dodgers now get a break. Ground ball off the glove of Sandoval for a hit. The Uribe's force play on a drop fly ball, and then a comebacker that should have been a double play, and Cain threw it away. So it's a very shaky inning for the Giants here in the bottom of the second. But they're still leading 1-0. Kane ready, checking, and Matt strike 2 pitch is swung on, fouled away. Still 0-2. So Ellis trying to get Juan Uribe home. Matt Cain taking plenty of time. He's entitled to it. Matt has been very effective. Here he comes 0-2. Ground ball to the right side. Nice pick by Scudero. They get one. They throw to first. Not in time. And the run scores to tie it up. So Mark Ellis able to get the run home thanks to the generosity and poor defensive play of the Giants. Uribe brings it in, and we have a 1-1 tie. So Zach Greinke coming up now with Mark Ellis at first. Ellis picking up the run batted in. 1-1 second inning. The beginning of what should be a very, very solid series. Hope you plan to be out here with us. Greinke hits one wide to third, smothered by Sandoval, who falls down twice, and Greinke is safely aboard. Pablo went down on his knees to reach the ball, got up and fell back down again. So he takes the mandatory 8 count and can't throw from his knees, and I assume that'll be a base hit. Not much else you can do about when the fielder falls down. So this has been some inning for the Giants and for Bruce Bochy, and right on the heels of how we were excelling their defensive abilities this year. So it goes, and here is Yasiel Puig, who flied to center in the first inning. Well, let's take a look. The Giants this year, going into the game, had made 96 errors. The Dodgers going into the game had made 100. Giants have now made 97. Here's Puig, hit the first pitch, fly to center. He'll be ready if he's going to be in a first pitch mood. He takes high and away, ball 1, 1-0. Yasiel hitting .339, 16 home runs, hit one last night, 36 runs batted in. Kane out of his stretch, delivers way outside, 2-0 the count. So Matt gave up an infield single in the first inning, and here an infield single, then a force play, a drop pop fly, but they got an out. Then the big error by Kane, throwing the ball away on what might have been the inning-ending double play. 2-0 the count to Yasiel. Kane with Ellis and Greinke on board, and the pitch is low, ball 3. Well, when you think about it, you have a home run hitter, an anxious hitter, you have the old pro on deck. 3-0 to Puig. If you were Mattingly in a 1-1 tie in the second inning against a guy who's given up 21 home runs, would you greenlight Puig? And the answer is probably. Kane out of his stretch, checks the runners, 3-0 pitch is taken high. There isn't a thing he could do about it. Ball 4, and that loads him up. The last time the Dodgers saw Matt Cain, it seems to me he had a dreadful outing. Of course, this time it's not really his fault. Defensive misplays have really hurt him. Back on the 5th of July, he lasted 2 1/3 innings. He gave up 8 runs, and the Dodgers won that game 10-2. Crawford, after the first pitch, doesn't get it. 0-1 the count. Bases loaded, 2 out, 1-1 tie only in the second inning. Crawford has 4 grand slams. Last one a couple of years ago in Texas. Strike one pitch on the way. Crawford takes down at the left ankle. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Dodgers load him up. Mark Ellis at third, Zach Greinke at second, Yasiel Puig at first. Crawford up there trying to hit a jackpot in a 1-1 tie. 2 out, Kane delivers, and there's a high fly ball but playable. Angel Pagano had 3 putouts in the first inning, now has number 4. Dodgers get 1, they're lucky to get 1, lead 3, and at the end of 2, a 1-1 tie. You have the opportunity to purchase postseason tickets for potential League Division Series, League Championship home games here at Dodger Stadium. Ticket sales begin at 10 a.m. Friday, September the 20th, a week from tomorrow at 10 a.m. To learn more, go to Dodgers.com/postseason. Third inning in a 1-1 tie. Carl Crawford kind of head down out there in left field, having flied to center in the first inning. Came up with the bases loaded, a chance to break the 1-1 tie, and made the third out with another fly ball to center. So into the third inning we go. Angel Pagan, Marco Scutaro, and then Brandon Belt. Pagan grounded to third. Switch hitter, batting left-handed, hitting .279. They've really missed him. And the first pitch to Pagan, missing, ball 1, 1-0. Pagan's been in 57 games, that's all. Angel waiting, 0 for 1 tonight. Back comes Greinke, and it's fouled off to the left out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike to Angel Pagan. Pagan 2 years ago, he signed a 4-year deal, so he'll be around a little while. He takes a strike, and the count 1-2. Pagan hurt his leg, we told you, on an inside the park home run. Then during a single-A game in rehab, he aggravated his hamstring, and he had to go surgery that sidelined him for, well, about 3, almost 4 months. So Angel Pagan with a 2-2 count, trying to start things off for the Giants in the third inning. Angel, growing up in Puerto Rico, spent a lot of time not on the base fields, but in the canvas ring. He loved boxing. He used to box. He loved Felix Trinidad, knew him his whole life, thought that one day he'd be a boxer, but then eventually he made the wise decision. 2-2 pitch fouled away. He realized that he was a lot better baseball player than a fighter, so he hung up the gloves. He did say he learned a great deal, however, about boxing. It helped him with his body. A lot of abs. You have to do a lot of distance running as a fighter. So his body was always in shape. And when he signed on to play pro ball, it held him in good stead. He fouls off another one, and the count stays 2-2. He grew up hungry. He grew up hungry basically because he was very poor. He said sometimes my dad would have to borrow money so he could have food, and I was in a bad neighborhood, a lot of drugs. But because he was an athlete, they left him alone. 2-2 to Angel Pagan. 1-1, top of the third. Frankie's fastball hit in the air to center. Ethier floating back to the track to make the catch. So Pagan is leading Ethier in fly balls. Andre gets one. Pagan has had 4. One away in the third, and the batter Marco Scutaro. Scutaro, as we told you, the toughest man in the league to strike out. He's very valuable in the sense he's 4th highest in the league in what they call productive outs. He has a look at his strike. In other words, you might make out, but you score a runner or advance a runner into scoring position. If that's what you're looking for in a second baseman, he's your man. 1 out, third inning. 1-1 tie. The inside pitch turns him around. It was off speed, a changeup. Zach Greinke giving up a rare home run, especially here, and more especially to a right-hand batter. And the 1-1 pitch on the way to Scutaro. He fouls it away down the right field line, out of play. Hunter Pence, he's the man who hit it out. Greinke deep in thought. He is 8-1 here at Dodger Stadium and 14-3 for the year. 1-2 to Marco Scutaro. Greinke delivers high with a fastball. 2-2. Last year, from the time that Scutaro joined the Giants, he tied Derek Jeter for the most hits in the big leagues. I mean, you talk about a valuable acquisition. It sure was Marco Scutaro. He lifts one into right center. Very playable. Puig comes over to make the catch. So 2 fly balls, 2 out in the third, and a 1-1 tie. And Brandon Belt coming up. Brandon Belt popped up to Mark Ellis, 0 for 1. Brandon hitting .283. Big left-hand batter. Belt gives you the nice strike zone. He's 6'5". Fastball grounded hard, but right to Gonzalez, who takes it to the bag, and that's it. So 2 fly balls and a ground ball, 1, 2, 3, and at the end of 2.5 innings, a 1-1 tie. Giants. It's the 13th meeting of the year between the two clubs, and they've split the previous 12. You know, you can secure postseason tickets this season with the purchase of 2014 season tickets. To learn more, visit Dodgers.com/season tickets or give us a call, and you'll talk to a season ticket representative at 323-DODGERS. In the third inning, Dodgers will have Hanley Ramirez, followed by Adrian Gonzalez, and then Andre Ethier and Matt Cain ready to go to work. Matt ready, deals, first pitch fouled away. They don't overly commit with Hanley Ramirez. Crowd reacting to a nice catch in the stands. What they do, however, they shift so that Marco Scutaro is almost but not quite directly behind home plate. In fact, sometimes he is, sometimes he walks away, but he's dead up the middle right now. So they have that picket fence on the left side, and Hanley takes off speed inside, and the count 1-1 strike. Matt Cain working on Hanley Ramirez. Matt trying to balance his books. He is 8 and 9. And the 1-1 pitch on the way. Hanley hits it foul into the crowd off first base. And it goes 1-2. Hanley putting up big numbers, hitting .344, 18 home runs, 53 runs batted in. Ramirez chopped one up the middle for a base hit. Now with 2 strikes, they move Scutaro back to a normal second base position. Cain looks into Posey. Buster shuffling his cards, taking a little time doing it, so Hanley backs out. Regular defensive alignment now for the Giants. Outfield deep straight away. Cain turns on the rubber. The 1-2 pitch is taken high and inside. 2-2 the count to Hanley Ramirez. Giants got a run in the second inning, a home run by Hunter Pence. Giants played fast and loose with the ball in the second, and the Dodgers tied it up. 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed, and down goes Hanley. Though Ramirez bites the dust, that'll be the first strikeout for Matt Cain, and the batter will be Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez hit the ball hard in the first inning, but he hit it right at Angel Pagan in dead center field. So Adrian waiting in this 1-1 tie, hitting .294, 20 home runs, 89 runs batted in, looks at a breaking ball strike, and the count 0-1. We were talking about contracts to various players. Matt Cain in April of last year signed a 5-year deal with the Giants, so he's going to be around for a while. Fastball is fouled back, so Gonzalez in a hole, 0-2. Matt will be 29 the 1st of October. Lives in Collierville, Tennessee, moving from Alabama. (0-2) the count. Right-handed comes back, and it's a high pop fly on the infield. Pablo Sandoval moving to his left and makes the catch for the out. So Gonzalez, big pop fly, 2 out in the third, and Andre Ethier coming up.
16, Andre Ethier.
Ethier hit what looked like a cue ball down towards third. A lot of English on it. The spinner went off the glove of Sandoval, and it went as a base hit. But then Uribe hit into a force play. So Andre hitting .274, 12 home runs, 52 runs batted in. Ethier's had a lot of success against Cain, but he goes first ball swinging. Another towering foul ball. Sandoval looking into the Dodger dugout as it hits the floor and kangaroos back up into the stand. a lot of success against Kane. Well, that translates hitting better than .440 when he got that infield hit. That's the 30th base hit that Ethier has against Matt Kane. With all the base hits, Andre has 1 home run against him. 0-1. Kane checks with Posey, turns and deals. It's swung on and fouled back, and the count 0-2. Two out, bottom of the third, 1-1 tie. Game 1 of a 4-game series. Tomorrow night, Madison Bumgarner and Clayton Kershaw. Strike 2 pitch on the way. Ethier pulls it on the ground, foul, and the count stays 0-2. The pitching, Bumgarner and Kershaw tomorrow night. Lincecum and Nolasco the next night. The concluding game, which would be Sunday, Ryan Vogelsong and Edinson Volquez. Kane taking plenty of time. 0-2 the count to Ethier. Matt Reddy delivers down and in, swung on and missed, and down goes Ethier. So it's a rare time when Kane strikes out Andre, but he has 2 strikeouts in the inning. At the end of 3, a 1-1 tie. Pence and Pablo Sandoval. Buster Posey grounded out in the first inning. So Posey ready to start it off. Right hand batter waiting, and here we go. A little high, ball 1. Ranky behind now, 2 balls and no strikes. Posey is very tough to strike out, not as tough as Scutaro, but nevertheless he would rank 7th lowest man to strike out. 2 balls, no strikes. 2-1. Another thing about Posey, he has 147 hits, 48 against left-handers, 100 against the right-handers, and he has a lot of hits with 2 strikes. 58 hits with 2 strikes. 3-1 to count. Greinke walked Scutaro in the first inning on a 9-pitch at bat and surrendered the wrong field home run to Hunter Pence. 3-1 and a strike on the corner. So now Greinke will test his ability to come up with a base hit with 2 strikes. Three and 2. Fouled away. Dodgers know how things can turn a bit. Giants know as well. Giants have had 5 straight games decided by 1 run, and they've managed to win 3 of the last 4. But remember, the Dodgers had a 6-game winning streak. Since then, they've lost 5 of the last 7. Cincinnati, of course, really added to it. High fly ball into deep left center. Ethier says he has a play, and he's right 3 feet from the wall. So a long out from Buster Posey, and we have 1 out in the 4th inning. Well, right now, time for our Twitter poll. What team would you like to see the Dodgers face in the division series? Tweet hashtag St. Louis Cardinals, Pittsburgh Pirates, or Cincinnati Reds. Well, we'll check the results. Interesting to get your thoughts on it. Of course, a lot of people will remember Cincinnati sweeping the Dodgers most recently. Strike 1 to Hunter Pence. So Pence finally did something to his liking against one of the pitchers giving him a bad time, Zack Greinke, when he hit the home run. In a hole, 0-2. Hunter is a big man. He is 6'4". He hits home runs. He has 25 home runs as a big league high. He did that 3 times, and yet he chokes up on the bat. When asked about it, he said, "I've been choking up on the bat since I was 12 years old." 1-2 the count. In some ways, you could say that Pence doesn't look good doing anything, but he does everything well. 1-2. Way out in front of the breaking ball, and down he goes. Strikeout number 3 for Zack Greinke. And with 2 out, the batter is Pablo Sandoval. Pablo Sandoval had his 3 home run game like Juan Uribe, only Pablo had it against San Diego 8 days ago. He became the first ever reigning World Series MVP to have a 3 home run game the following season. You may remember he hit 3 home runs in Game 1 of the World Series at home against the Tigers in what turned out to be a giant sweep. Ball 2. When Pablo homered in the first inning of the World Series opener against Justin Verlander, he became only the 2nd Giant to homer in the first inning of a World Series opening game. My idol Melvin Thomas Ott did it in 1933. 2-0. That's a strike. 2-1 to the Panda, as they call him up north. And there are a few wearing the Panda headgear. Very attractive, my dear. Two and 2. Sandoval, Mr. Clutch. He has 12 RBIs. That would make him number 2. 12 RBIs from the 9th inning until the end of the game. He's had 9 RBIs so far in September. Ball 3. He's had 31 runs batted in since the All-Star game. 14 hits this month. and 31 2-out RBIs. And of course, the players tell you those are the toughest ribbies to get. Fly ball, slicing foul, out of play. Another thing about Pablo, after watching him fall down twice, you might understand, he has grounded into 18 double plays. Matt Holliday has hit into 29 double plays, and Martin Prado hit into 2 last night. He's hit into 28. Fouled away. The 18 double plays, by the way, that would be high on the Giant club. So Pablo Sandoval. He hit for the cycle a couple of years ago against Colorado. They figured out he's a first ball swinger 47% of the time, so you have to be ready for him. 3-2. Big bouncer foul. In the World Series last year against Detroit, Pablo was the MVP. All he did was hit .500. He had 3 home runs, a double, and 4 RBIs in 16 at-bats. And he joined 3 home run hitters like Babe Ruth, who did it twice, Reggie Jackson, Albert Pujols, and Pablo. Fouled away. Sandoval is from Venezuela. He is ambidextrous. He can throw and throw accurately and throw long and hard from either hand. He paid one price about being ambidextrous. He had the hamate bone removed in each hand. And he wins the battle with Greinke on ball 4. That was a 10-pitch at bat.
Shortstop number 35, Brandon Crawford.
So Scudero took 9 pitches to walk in the first inning. Sandoval 10 pitches to walk, and the batter will be Brandon Crawford. Sandoval with 2 out and the number 7 hitter at the plate. Sandoval does not have a stolen base. I'm sure that does not come as a surprise to you. 1 ball and no strikes to Crawford. Brandon, one of those fellas who broke in with a bang. It was back in 2011, and his first major league hit, a grand slam. He hit it against the Milwaukee Brewers. Another thing about Brandon Crawford, his parents have owned Giants season tickets since back in the early Candlestick days. And when they were building AT&T Park, they were selling bricks, and you could put your name on the brick, and that would eventually be part of the construction. And so his folks put his name on a brick, and it's there for all the world to see at AT&T Park. Two 2-0 to Brandon. Went to school at UCLA. And Greinke fighting his control now. He's 3-0 with Crawford. 1-1, top of the 4th, 2 out. Sandoval at first. Greinke walks Scudero in the first inning. Sandoval here in the 4th, and he's behind 3-0 to Crawford. Drops the breaking ball in there. 3-1. One of the better young players in the National League with the Cardinals, Daniel Descalso. And he and Crawford, that's foul. He and Brandon Crawford were teammates when they were about 5 years old on a soccer team. Then about 10 years later, he and Descalso played in Babe Ruth ball and an AAU championship. So they go back a ways. Daniel Descalso of the Cardinals, Brandon Crawford of the Giants. Three and two with two out. They're not holding Sandoval. Pablo goes and Crawford swings, lifts it to left field. Crawford coming in a hurry, puts it away, and that's that. No runs, no hits, a man left. And at the end of 3.5 innings, it remains a 1-1 tie. Dodger baseball on Prime. Baseball on Prime Ticket is brought to you by Farmer Boys. Get an award-winning Farmer's Burger topped with farm-fresh veggies, cheese, bacon, and avocado. By Chase. Send money to almost anyone, anywhere with your smartphone. Chase Quick Pay, so you can. And by El Pollo Loco. Crazy you can taste. Bottom of the fourth inning, a 1-1 tie. It'll be Juan Uribe, A.J. Ellis, and Mark Ellis against Matt Cain. For Matt Cain, it has been a completely turned around season. Last year, up there, after 2 years where he was 13-11, 12-11, they thought he really came into his own. And Uribe greets him first pitch, ground ball single to left field.
Catcher number 17.
The slugging leaders, and it might come as a surprise. You know, you talk about Pujols and Helton, Teixeira, but whoops, Juan Uribe, his slugging percentage .543 in September. To get back to Matt Cain, he was 16-5 last year with an earned run average of 2.7, and naturally the Giants figured the man from Alabama has finally gone and come into his own. Well, he's 8-9 this year, and his earned run average is over 4. And you say, well, what in the world happened to him? Well, among other things, he has not done well against teams with a record of below 500. Last year, he really took advantage of those teams. That's a strike. He was 9-2 against teams under 500. This year, just 4-4. Now, that's a huge difference. One of the big reasons why Matt is where he is. No question he's a fine pitcher, but the numbers have really turned against him. 0-1. That's going to go foul, out of play. 0-2 the count. A.J. Ellis came up, remember. Reached on the fielder's choice in the second inning, 0 for 1. Uribe held on by Brandon Belt. Nobody out. 4th inning, 1-1. Ball 1. Uribe doesn't run very often, but he is successful when he does. Uribe is 4 for 4 in stolen bases. With Ellis up there, you're always thinking hit and run, but the count's the wrong way. It's 1-2. Now 2-2. Had it been 2-1, you would certainly look for run and hit. Hit and run, whatever the count may be. And he's looking to Tim Wallach to see if it might be on with Mark Ellis on deck. Uribe, very cautious lead at first. He's not gone, and it's missed at the plate. So AJ strikes out, 1 away. Uribe holding at first, and the batter will be Mark Ellis.
Dodgers second baseman, Mark Ellis.
Badly fooled on a pitch out and low in the strike zone. Three strikeouts for Matt Cain. Mark Ellis avoided the double play, grounded into a force play, and the tying run scored. He pulls one right into the Dodger dugout. 0-1. Went right by the far end of the dugout. It might have even gone up the runway of the dugout. Yeah, went right. Boy, that'll blur your picture. Wow. But all's well as ends well in the photographer's well. 1 out, 4th inning, 1-1. One and 1 the count. Zach Greinke and Matt Cain. Cain has won 3 in a row on the road. Greinke has won 6 straight, and his record at home is 8-1. One ball and 1 strike. Uribe bluffs, breaking ball strike, 1-2. And that runs the count to 2-2. So 50 pitches made by Matt Cain so far in the 4th inning. Waiting on deck, Zach Greinke. 1 out. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fouled away. Fastball alley. Giants began the night 19.5 games behind the Dodgers. Dodgers began the night 12 games in front of Arizona. The only way the magic number changes tonight is if the Dodgers win, because Arizona is not playing. They'll play Colorado tomorrow. Slider off the plate. 3-2. So with a full count and 1 down, and Mark Ellis at the plate, Greinke on deck. Question is, do you want to run Uribe or not? One thing, Mark Ellis has only grounded into 5 double plays. Uribe's going on a ground ball, broken back to short. The only out is to first. So Ellis advances the runner, and that'll bring up Zach Greinke with Uribe at second base.
Pitcher number 21, Zach Greinke.
Zach Greinke hit that ground ball wide of third. Sandoval lost his balance, fielded the ball and fell down, then tried to get up and fell down a second time. And Greinke had himself a base hit. A very good hitting pitcher, batting .346. So Greinke trying to pick up Uribe and break the 1-1 tie. Fastball, 0-1. That fastball by Kane, 92. That's as hard as he's thrown so far tonight. Matt's a big man, 6'3" and at least 230. Standing on that 10-inch mound. 0-1. Fastball at the knees. That one 93. I think Zach thought maybe it was a little low. Jerry Davis is the plate umpire charged with responsibility, umpiring 30 years in the big leagues. 0-2. Chase the fastball. That's all he got. Down he goes. So the Dodgers get a leadoff single by Uribe and leave him. And at the end of 4, a 1-1 tie. Then after Sunday's game, the Dodgers go out on the road, and Monday at 6:40 on Prime Ticket, they'll be in Arizona to begin a 4-game series. They'll spend the weekend in San Diego. They'll have an off day on the 23rd and go up and play 3 in San Francisco, and then come home for the final 3 regular season games with Colorado on the 27th, 28th, and 29th. With the emphasis on the word regular. Meanwhile, we go to the 5th inning in a 1-1 tie. Gregor Blanco, Matt Cain, and then Angel Pagan. Cain made 16 pitches to dispose of the Dodgers, so he's now made 55. Greinke, however, has already made 78 through 4 innings. One of the things to plague Greinke so far tonight, foul balls. You know, we try to keep track of them. It's a very good indication about a pitcher. Giants have fouled off 20 pitches. That's ball 1. So that's one reason why Greinke has made 20 more pitches than Matt Cain. Foul balls. Blanco single to right in the 2nd inning. Gregor 1 for 1. Uribe plays him on the grass. That's a strike. 1-1. Each side scored a run in the second inning. Pence hit a home run to right. The Giants were loose with the ball, and the Dodgers tied it up. Hanley Ramirez throws out Blanco, and we have one away. Matt Cain struck out in the second inning.
18, Matt Cain.
Greinke, as you can see the pitch count, labored in the first inning, very much in the fourth. Now we'll see about the fifth. One run, 2 hits for the Giants. 1 run, 4 hits for the Dodgers. That's a strike. 0-1 to Matt. Cain 2 RBIs this year. But as we showed you earlier, he's had a half a dozen home runs in his career. One ball and 1 strike. 1-2. Matt Cain signed by the Giants out of high school back in 2002, and he was with the big club in 2005. Stayed with him ever since, and on his way back to the dugout. 4 strikeouts for Greinke, and the leadoff man, Angel Pagan, coming up. Fox Sports Live, that's the sports and highlights show you've been waiting for, and it's here. Fox Sports Live, airing nightly on Fox Sports 1. Angel Pagan grounded to third, fly to center, 0 for 2. Off speed and away. Pagan was originally signed by the New York Mets at a high school in Puerto Rico back in 1999, and he finally surfaced with the Cubs. So he's been with the Cubs and the Mets, then the Giants, over a long period of time. Line drive into right field, base hit. So Pagan is 1 for 3 with a 2-out single, and that will bring up Marco Scutaro. Hit number 3 for San Francisco. Now Angel Pagan had a lot of leg problems this year. He has still stolen 8 out of 12. Two out, 1-1 tie, 5th inning. A healthy Pagan has stolen as many as 37 bases in the big leagues. In the low minors, he stole as many as 52. So he can still motor. 32 years old, Angel Pagan. Greinke watching him so carefully. Scutaro fouling it back, 0-1. When you have a good base runner, especially with 2 out, and if he's high up in the lineup, some catchers are prone to make a bit of a mistake thinking about making the throw. They'll cheat a little bit. They won't settle in as low crouch as they normally would, and then they have trouble with pitches down, especially those in the dirt. Greinke really trying to freeze the runner. Normally, if you're going to run, take your lead, you like to get up on your toes, dig the spikes in, and push off. But Greinke will hold the ball, figuring that Torres will get a little tired on his toes and drop down to his heel, and then you make the pitch. So there's a little battle within the war here. And Greinke is worried about Pagan, and you have a contact hitter at the plate. 0-1 the count to Scutaro. And a shot up the middle for a base hit. So Greinke, worrying so much about Pagan, gives up a single to Scutaro, and that will bring up the big left-hand batter, Brandon Belt.
First baseman, number 9, Brandon Belt.
So first and second, 2 out. He had retired Blanco and Kane. Now trying to get Belt, who popped up and grounded out. So Zach working on Belt, who's 0 for 2. On deck, Buster Posey. We're still 1-1, top of the 5th. And ball 1. Belt last time up hit the ball very hard on the ground to Adrian Gonzalez. They're going to check. There was a swing, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Brandon Belt, since August 1, is tearing them up, hitting .350. Two on, 2 out, 1-1, top of the 5th. Greinke, very deliberate, has slowed the game down. Once Pagan got aboard, then worrying about Pagan, he gave up the single to Scutaro. One ball, 1 strike. 1-2. Belt deep in thought after coming up empty on that last swing. Two on, 2 out. 1-2. And ground ball to Mark Ellis. Greinke has negotiated his way out of the inning. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. And at the end of 4.5, it's still a 1-1 tie. Forget, Dodgers face the Rockies right at the end. It'll be Saturday, September the 28th. And here's what's important. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive their own Dodgers sleeved blanket. Compliments of Farmer John. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Make note, eat well, see you on Saturday. And what have we have here? Aha. Boy, that thing was well wrapped, wasn't it? Well, here's Yasiel Puig. Puig fly to center and walk. Fastball, he laid on a good fastball in on the hands at 92. Yasiel hitting .339, 16 home runs, 36 RBIs. His home run last night in the 7th inning short hopped the back wall in the Dodger bullpen. I mean, he really bruised that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fastball and a high fly ball to right, but Pence has a play. So 1 away in the 5th inning. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. So Matt's throwing hard. He has 4 strikeouts when he got Greinke. And the batter is Carl Crawford. Crawford made the big out so far in the game. With 2 out, bases loaded. Crawford flied to center. So we're still 1-1. One ball and no strikes. Crawford hitting .281, 5 home runs, 28 runs batted in. A strike. 1-1. One run and 4 hits for each side. Two and 1. Matt Cain in the 5th inning with 1 out has made only 62 pitches. Greinke has made 94. Ground ball to Crawford. 2 down.
Shortstop number 13, Hanley Ramirez.
Hanley Ramirez had an infield single, rolled it up the middle for a base hit. Scudero chased it into center field, but did not have a play. And then last time up, Hanley struck out. Ramirez last night had a single and a double, hitting a solid .343. One ball and no strikes. One and 0. High, slow hopper to third. Sandoval is on it. So the Dodgers go quickly in the 5th, and at the end of 5, a 1-1 tie. Hit 297, 12 home runs, 48 runs batted in, and stole 29 bases. Jackie, by the way, becoming the Dodgers Rookie of the Year, the first of the 16 that they've had over the years. The interesting question, we don't have the answer. He got the reward on September the 12th. That season of 1947 didn't end until the end of September. We just don't know. Let's go back to this one. Might be somebody out there who could answer that question. Maybe it was just a foregone conclusion with 2 weeks left. Those were the days of 154 games, 8 teams in each league, a lot of doubleheaders on Sunday. So it really was a different atmosphere when Jackie played. But he did get the Rookie of the Year award about 15 days before the season actually ended. That's a strike. Buster Posey grounded out, fly to center, 0 for 2. Hitting .310, 15 home runs, 71 runs batted in. Last night and throughout the series, we were talking about Paul Goldschmidt, the first baseman of Arizona. How he just kills the Dodgers, hitting .360, .330 in his career. But he doesn't hit a lick against the other teams in the West, hitting in the low 200s. So you might say, well, what about Posey? He's hitting .341 against the Dodgers. A totally different story. Even though he strikes out, he's hitting .322 against Arizona, .314 at 100. Hitting .414 against Colorado and .431 against San Diego. They put it all together. Buster Posey is hitting .382 in the National League West. And yet, Giants have struggled against the Central. That's been the big problem for Bruce Bochy. So 1 away, and here's Hunter Pence, accounted for the run with a home run to right. Ball 1. 5 strikeouts for Zack Greinke. Problem is he's making a lot of pitches, 100 pitches, and he has 1 out in the 6th inning. Matt Cain, through his 5 innings, has only made 64 pitches. And as we pointed out earlier, been a lot of foul balls, over 20 now by Giant hitters. Big swing and a miss. 2-1 to Hunter Pence. Fun guy to watch play. And a good one. Pence went from the Astros to the Phillies to the Giants. Chopper to short. Nice pick there by Hanley to get him. 2 down in the 6th inning. And the batter, Pablo Sandoval. Down in the Dodger bullpen to back up the hard-working Zack Greinke, you see J.P. Howell, the left-hander. It's not as if they're thinking of hitting for Greinke. It's his pitch count. He's made 103 pitches, and he would be the 6th hitter to come up in the 6th inning. So they are just looking ahead of lifting him. Ball 1. Sandoval grounded to short and then had a marvelous at bat. Marvelous to watch, not if you were pitching like Greinke. It was a 10-pitch at bat, and Sandoval got a walk. 1-1. Pablo hitting .276. One tie, 6th inning, 2 out. 2-1. Drive to left, but Crawford is there. So that's the 6th inning. Greinke walks off having made 107 pitches. And we will leave that up to Mattingly and Honeycutt whether he's staying in a 1-1 tie. Giants Dodgers 1-1, bottom of the 6th inning. Adrian Gonzalez, Andre Ethier, and Juan Uribe. Zach Greinke has made 107 pitches. That keeps the Dodgers 2.5 back of Atlanta as far as the overall National League record's concerned. Atlanta has won 88. Dodgers, Cardinals, and Pirates have all won 85. Cincinnati at 83. You try to think of the 2 wild cards, etc. Gonzalez 0 for 2, a strike, 0-1. One of the thoughts about Greinke and his pitch count, and the Dodgers still keep the bullpen working. Greinke has made 107 pitches. Little ground ball to Scudero, easy out, 1 away. Way back in the middle of June, Greinke made 117 pitches against Atlanta. And then on August the 26th, he made 122 pitches against the Chicago Cubs. So we'll see what that means as far as how long he pitches tonight. Paco Rodriguez is now throwing in the bullpen. 1 away, bottom of the 6th, and a 1-1 tie. Hanley Ramirez deep in thought as he listens to Don Mattingly. That's a strike. Andre Ethier, an infield single, and struck out. The 2 hitters in the Dodger lineup that have given Kane a bad time over the years. One is Andre Ethier. He has 27 hits against Kane. The other is Adrian Gonzalez, who has 19 hits. One ball and 1 strike. Ball 2. And then you take another good ball player like Carlos Gonzalez, Cargo of Colorado, against Matt Cain. He's hitting 118. Two and one. A one hopper. Crawford with a good arm throws him out. Two down. Dodgers had a single by Uribe beginning the fourth, and that's the last they've made any noise at all. Talking about noise, Freddie Freeman celebrated his birthday. Atlanta beat Miami 6-1. Pittsburgh rolling along, knocked off the Cubs, and Milwaukee pulled the rug out from under the Cardinals. Cardinals had a 5-game winning streak. Down the drain. Uribe 1 for 2, had a base hit in the fourth inning, scored a run in the second, and a strike. Matt Cain was pitching well, although his own error helped the Dodgers get a run, but he's just pitching better and better. He's retired 8 in a row since Uribe's single. High fly ball down the line over his Blanco, makes the catch. The Uribe just misses, and the Dodgers go out in order. And at the end of 6, locked in at 1. Rethink possible by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. By Toyota's nationwide clearance event. Now you can save big on every Toyota car, truck, and SUV. And by Captain Morgan. Raise your glass, always in moderation. We have a 1-1 tie as we go to the 7th inning. Remember the picture we showed you of Hanley Ramirez on the steps and Don Mattingly talking to him and patting him on the back? And we wondered about whether Hanley was going to stay in the game, and the answer is he's coming out. Think he might have hurt his ankle yesterday or even the day before. He's been playing hurt, wants to keep playing, and Mattingly has lifted him. Zach Greinke is also going to be lifted. Nick Punto will now be the shortstop, and Paco Rodriguez will do the pitching. So Greinke made 107 pitches. Sooner or later, we figured that would catch up to him. On the other side of the coin, take Matt Cain. He has worked 6 innings, and instead of 107 pitches like Greinke, Matt's only made 72. One reason, Matt Cain, his first pitch, 20 of 24 strikes. So Paco now inherits a tough ball game. Don Mattingly, well, let's see. He calls Paco away. The plate umpire, Jerry Davis, wants to talk to Dan Iasonia, and Rodriguez is leaving the field. So let's wait and see what's that all about. The Giants are due to have Brandon Crawford, Gregor Blanco, and then Matt Cain. And Paco comes out of the bullpen, gets to the mound, and leaves. And maybe he was having trouble pitching. Normally, when you get to the mound, you're obligated to pitch to one batter. However, if he is injured, and that might be the case, I would have to guess that's what it is. Boschi's coming out saying, "What's up?" So I have to guess that Paco Rodriguez hurt himself, and he's going to be lifted. That means the Dodgers have to get somebody up, and whoever is brought in, it's J.P. Howell. He, if he is indeed, and I think he is, replacing an injured pitcher, Howell then has the right to make as many pitches until he feels better and ready to pitch. So that's the one thing we could guess here. And of course, the last thing the Dodgers need is to first have Ramirez ankle or foot bothering him, and then have Paco Rodriguez come out. The umpires are trying to tell the Dodger bullpen, bring him in, let him warm up on the mound, and J.P. Howell is coming in. So one of those things. Now the big thing, the concern is Paco okay, or did he hurt himself? Maybe we'll get a report as the game goes along, but we have plenty of time and we'll use some of it. We'll be back right after this. Came in from the bullpen, got to the mound, and then suddenly walked off the mound with Don Mattingly, and the umpires had a huddle, and then J.P. Howell came in. The first report we get, I don't quite understand how that works, but they said the announced pitcher was J.P. Howell. Rodriguez was the wrong man to come in. So forget all about an injured pitcher, which was what we thought. We also understand that since Rodriguez was not the announced pitcher, who announced him, we have no idea. But Rodriguez would still be eligible to come back into the game because he wasn't in the game. A little bizarre. And here is Howell pitching to Crawford, Blanco, and Cain. If we get any more information, we'll pass it along to you. Crawford has struck out, fly to left, 0 for 2. if you're keeping score in that double switch, Nick Punto at short is batting 9th, and put Howell in Ramirez's spot, not Paco Rodriguez. Down in the bullpen, Chris Withrow. Oh and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So there's Withrow, the hard thrower. You have back-to-back left-handers here in Crawford and Blanco, which is why they were going to bring a left-hander. They just brought in the wrong one. Drops that curveball in nicely. 1 and 2. Dodgers will have the Ellis boys, AJ followed by Mark, and then Punto in the bottom of the 7th inning. 1 and 2. Waved at and missed, dug out of the dirt. AJ takes dead aim and gets it to Gonzalez. So Crawford strikes out a second time. The batter will be Gregor Blanco, who singled and grounded out. Well, on the scoreboard, they put up the lineup, and they had Punto batting 9th and the pitcher in the 3rd spot. Now we get a report. PR says Punto is in the 3rd slot. So there is some trouble with communication here in Dodger Stadium. And so put Punto in the 3 slot, put Howell, or a reasonable facsimile, 9th. Oh and 1 the count. No balls and 1 strike. Blanco 1 for T. Single to right, grounded to short. Blanco came into the game hitting .257. 1 and 1. If you joined us a little late, Hunter Pence hit a fly ball home run to right field. Just got in, but it got in. They give San Francisco a 1-0 lead. Giants played fast and loose with the ball in the bottom of the 2nd. Matt Cain had a double play ball and threw it away, and the Dodgers got the tying run. But the Dodgers are struggling offensively. I mean, oh yeah, they had that 6 home run blast the other night, but they huffed and they puffed and they got 1 run last night. That was the home run by Puig, and they have struggled to get the 1 run tonight. 2 and 1. Shot up the middle. So Blanco goes 2 for 3 with a single, and that'll bring up Matt Cain.
Pitcher number 18, Matt Cain.
So Greinke gave up 4 hits. Now Howell gives up 1. Matt Cain has struck out twice. There's 1 out, but in this kind of a game, remember we mentioned at the very start, the one thing Matt Cain does very well, he has 10 sacrifices. And with a good hitter like Pagan on deck in a tough game, 1-1, wouldn't be a surprise if Matt Cain bunted. Matt was tipping that he was bunting, so now he's going to back out and check with Tim Flannery. There's the bunt, but foul. By the way, we get a little more on the story. Joe Jarrick from the Dodger publicity department says that Don Mattingly told Jerry Davis, I'm bringing in Howell. That's nice, but why did Rodriguez come in? Anyway, Rodriguez made it to the mound. Mattingly went out and said, no, I want Howell. And the umpire said, okay. And here we are. And again, Rodriguez therefore is still eligible to come into the game. 0-1. The bunt is missed. Fouled into the dirt. 0-2 the count. So they figured in this tough game, 1-1, 7th inning, they'd have Matt try to bunt. And with 10 sacrifices, pretty good guy doing it, but he's 0-2. See if he tries it again. Angel Pagan, remember, is a switch hitter, so he'll turn around to bat right-handed against Howell. See if they have Matt swinging or bunting. Blanco has stolen 12 bases, so they have a good runner at first and a good bunter at the plate. 1 out, no balls, 2 strikes. Showing bunt, swinging, down goes the runner, and they will nail him. Well, it was a good idea to have the pitcher bunt, and then they got clever, and you have a double play. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. There's strike 3, and then AJ gets it down to Punto, and that'll do it for Blanco, and we're still 1-1. Our Twitter poll question. Well, we've come up with the answers for you. The poll question was, what team would you like to see the Dodgers face in the division series? And the majority of folks feel the Pittsburgh Pirates would be the weakest of the 4. The Dodgers not going up against the Cardinals or Cincinnati, but Pittsburgh. Well, we'll see. When the day began, of course, it is really tied up in the Central Division, so there's a lot of baseball left to be played. As far as the wins are concerned, St. Louis is 185, Pittsburgh is 184, Cincinnati is 183. We shall see. Another thought, if you didn't have the numbers in front of you, the Dodgers were swept by Cincinnati, so they have won 3 of 7 against the Reds. They've won 4 out of 6 against Pittsburgh, 4 out of 7 from the Cardinals. So that's in the regular season. Boy, strange things happen in playoffs. Remember in '88, the Dodgers couldn't beat the Mets. I mean, there was no way they could beat the Mets. I think it was something like 11-1 in the season series during the year. 12-1. Got the showdown time in '88. Mike Scioscia hit a home run against Dwight Gooden that stood New York on its ear, and the rest is history. Meanwhile, you have to win first, and the Dodgers are tied 1-1. 1-2 the count to A.J. Ellis, and then Mark Ellis, and then Howell. Dodgers have 4 hits. Going down the line, foul out of play. The Dodgers 4 hits. Only one of them really left the infield. That was a base hit leading off the 4th inning by Juan Uribe. So there they are, Puig, Uribe, Gonzalez, and then Hyun-Jin Ryu. Foul back. Matt Cain, with all of his work, he's in the 7th inning. He's only made 78 pitches. Greinke made 78 pitches by the time he finished the 4th inning. 1-2. Fastball flared to right. Here comes Pence, and it drops. Looked like Hunter was going to charge it, maybe even dive, and then at the last second it dropped in front of him for the base hit. So Hunter coming up in a hurry. Scotero couldn't get it. Here comes Hunter, and then he just played it safe. So Mark Ellis will come up. We'll have a runner, and it'll be D. Gordon running for A.J. Ellis. So D. Gordon running for Ellis. A.J. coming out. So this is definitely a stolen base spot. Jerry Hairston out on deck, and Mark Ellis at the plate. Remember, they were talking, especially after the Cincinnati experience, that they would use Gordon like Billy Hamilton used by Cincinnati. So we'll see about D. Cain's watching him. And ball 1. So Mark Ellis showing bunt. Brandon Belt was really on the move. So was Pablo Sandoval. Mark Ellis has sacrificed 4 times this year. D. Gordon has stolen 7 out of 9. There he goes. Pitch is high. The throw is late. So D has now stolen 8 out of 10. And that's the way they're going to use him. It's a note of irony, I guess, but D. Gordon was in the stands when Dave Roberts actually set up the 2 great Red Sox victories against the Yankees. And Roberts will be forever remembered in Boston. And I think in one of the games, Dave Roberts stole a base against D. Gordon's father, Tom Gordon. All right, 2-0 the count to Ellis. Are they going to ask him to get Gordon to third? Showing bunt. Got the bunt down. Gordon is to third. Cain falls down and still gets the ball to first for the out. Big play by Matt Cain. And they get the out at first base. And the Dodgers get a tiebreaker at third. Great bunt. Only play is first, and whoops, down goes Matt, somehow sitting down. He could get the ball accurately to first base. So Gordon is at third after a terrific play by Matt Cain. And with 1 out, the batter is Jerry Hairston. Hairston, the most used Dodger as a pinch hitter, has 7 hits, 4 runs batted in. He also has 3 sacrifice flies. So it's a big at bat. Dave Righetti, the pitching coach for the Giants, on the phone to the bullpen. Giant infield is up. 1-1, 7th inning. 0-1. Always the thought with a runner at third, and you look it up. Matt Cain has only 1 wild pitch. During the Arizona series, we saw some fellas who really knew how to throw the ball away, like 17 wild pitches for Trevor Cahill. 0-1. Two. Javier Lopez, the multi-talented left-hander, is down in the Giant bullpen. On deck, Yasiel Puig. Remember, the Giants have played 5 straight one-run games. They're terrific at home in one-run games, 17-9. On the road, the other way around, 6-16. And boy, this crowd is into it now. Ball 1. Matt Cain with 4 strikeouts tonight. He has 147 strikeouts for the year, and he is certainly trying to put Hairston away. One and 2. Time. Takes care of him. So just what the doctor ordered as far as Matt Cain is concerned, able to strike out Gary Hairston. And now Yasiel Puig, who has flied to center, walked, flied to right. Last night he accounted for the only Dodger run with a monstrous home run into the Dodger bullpen. But that was last night. So Puig has 16 home runs. The infield is now back to a normal depth. D. Gordon down the line from third. And a drive to the gap in left center. There's nobody there. The wild horse is on his way to second base, and he has driven in the tiebreaker. And the Dodgers lead 2-1. So Yasiel Puig hits a bullet into the gap in left center. Gordon carries in the go-ahead run, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. Still 2 out. Yasiel bearing into second, and now Carl Crawford trying to move him home. Big hit for Puig. Fouled away. Crawford, 2 fly balls and a ground ball. 0 for 3. The last game that he played against Trevor Cahill in Arizona, he was 0 for 5. So he's getting a little hungry now. Puig at second. Sandoval pretty far away with a left-hand hitter up as far as being off the bag. Ground ball. Belt underhanding to Kane, but the Dodgers get a run as Puig doubles into the gap to score D. Gordon, and we're heading for the 8th inning, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. Foul balls off the bats of the Giants. Matt Cain was breezing. He had made only 72 pitches through 6 innings. And finally, the leadoff man, A.J. Ellis, got the base hit to right field on a ball that it looked like that right fielder Hunter Pence might try to catch. He didn't, and it dropped, and eventually Gordon stole second and came home on Puig's double. Now in the bullpen, Ronald Belisario, and appearing for the second time tonight, although he's not in the game, Paco Rodriguez, who made the journey and then only to find out it was not his number that was called, it was J.P. Howell. Chris Withrow will take over now, and with a new catcher, because remember Gordon ran for A.J. Ellis. So Withrow will be pitching to Tim Federovich. Now they both came in at the same time. The last time they put the lineup up and we assumed it was official, it was wrong. I'll just assume they'll put Federovich in A.J. Ellis's spot and put Withrow 9th unless we hear otherwise. So 2-1 as Matt Kemp, frustrated, looks on. By the way, a note on Yasiel Puig. You know he likes the first pitch. You know he hit the first pitch for the double. If he puts the first pitch in play, he's hitting .565. 35 hits in 62 at-bats on the first pitch. 2-0 the count to Pagan. Pagan, Scutaro, and Belt, and if anybody gets on, Posey. Dodgers 2, Giants 1. Top of the 8th. That's a strike. We're talking about the fact that Giants have had 5 consecutive one-run games. The last time they played 6 straight one-run games was back in 1985. 2-1. Breaking ball, 2-2. Greinke, Howell, and Withrow. It's been Kane all the way so far for the Giants. 2-2. And a drive into the gap in left center. Base hit. Crawford over to cut it off. So Pagan, who means so much to the Giants and missed over 100 games, comes back against the Dodgers, and he is 2 for 4 as he leads off the 8th inning. The word on Hanley, he left for precautionary reasons, a mild tightness of the left hamstring. So they don't want to take any chances with Hanley Ramirez, and he's out of there. Nick Punto playing short. Scutaro, walk, fly to right, single to center. And among other things, the Giants have good wheels over there at first base. Pagan has stolen 8. Pagan last year, when he was healthy, stole 29, and there he goes. Fedorovich throw offline. That's another good play. And of course, Bruce Bochy was a former catcher in his own right, and you have a brand new catcher, Fedorovich, taken off. You have a very good runner in Pagan, so you run him right away. He had a good jump on Withrow anyway. So Pagan goes. Fedorovich comes up and throws. A little high and a little late. So good play by the Giants, good call by Bochy. So Pagan, the tying run with nobody out, and Scutaro, who can hit the ball all over the place. As we've mentioned, the toughest guy in the league to strike out. And then you have Brandon Belt and Buster Posey. They're going to have him bunt. 2-0. Scutaro has sacrificed 9 times. Two runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run, 6 hits for the Giants. Fastball. Now Withrow in a jam, 3-0. And a strike. Paid attendance tonight. It's Magic Johnson bobblehead night. 53,393. That would be the 24th sellout so far this year. 3-1. So they have him swinging away. 3-2 the count. Adrian Gonzalez is convinced they're not going to have Scutaro try to bunt with 2 strikes, so he goes back. Uribe backs up a little bit. Nobody out. Pagan at second base. Fouled away. When you are the toughest man in the league to strike out, what it boils down to, you strike out once every 16 to 17 at bats. And over a full year, that's a remarkable talent. Scutaro has had about 520 plate appearances and has only struck out 33 times. Top of the 8th. 2-1 Dodgers. The Giants have the tying run at second base. Nobody out. Matt Cain has turned in a tremendous effort through 7. That's foul. So Scutaro is still there. That last pitch that he fouled off that took the mask right off the head of Fedorovich, that was 96 miles an hour. This is another tough at bat. This will be an 8-pitch at bat as A.J. Ellis and Skip Schumacher have a conversation. 3-2 to Marco Scutaro. Just missed for ball 4. So 2 on, nobody out. Belt, Posey, and Pence coming up. And now Don Mattingly, with a left-hand hitter in Belt, will go to the bullpen. And will it be Paco Rodriguez making his second appearance and first in the game? Yep, they got it right this time. They have called for Paco, and here he comes, and we'll be right back. Bill app for live baseball, available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, and Windows Phone 8. At Bat delivers Dodger baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit Dodgers.com for details. Well, he's back on the mound, only this time he's staying. If you weren't with us earlier, Paco Rodriguez came into the ball game, reached the mound, and then walked off the mound and went to the dugout and left. Turned out that Don Mattingly had called for J.P. Howell, and he had said that to the plate umpire. So Rodriguez was not technically in the game, and he was allowed to hang around, and sure enough, here he is now in a very tough spot. 2 on, nobody out. Belt, Posey, and Pence in that order. And a bunt up along third. Good one. Uribe's only play is to first. So Belt gets the bunt down. Now the Giants, trailing 2-1, have runners at second and third, and Buster Posey coming up.
28, Buster Posey.
Posey followed by Pence and then Sandoval. Fedorovich looks over to the Dodger dugout as if to say, are we going to pitch to him? And he gets the answer, no, put him on. So Posey will get the intentional walk, and in a moment the Giants will have the bases loaded with one out and the Dodgers clinging to a 2-1 lead. So a leadoff single by Pagan. He stole second. Scutaro up there to bunt, battled away, and finally walked. Then Belt bunted. Posey the intentional walk, and Rodriguez will go head to head with Hunter Pence. Three and 0, 1 to follow. And looking back through the weeks and months, Hunter Pence and Paco Rodriguez have never faced each other, but they sure face each other now. Dodgers look to the bench to see about how the infield plays, and Don Mattingly is going to come out. Down in the bullpen, he has Ronald Belisario. So will he bring Belisario in to go up against Pence? Remember, Sandoval, after Pence, is a switch hitter. Yep. So Belisario is coming in with one out, bases loaded, top of the 8th inning, and the Dodgers trying to hold on to a 2-1 lead. We'll be right back. Loaded with one out. Pagan at third, Scutaro at second, Posey at first. Ronald Belisario facing Pence, who homered to right field against Zach Greinke in the second inning, struck out and grounded out since. So Belisario, 47 strikeouts, 21 walks, and Pence waiting at the plate. The infield is back in double play depth. High chopper, Uribe on the bag for one, in the dirt, good pick by Gonzalez for two. One pitch for 2 outs. High bouncer, Uribe had a tough bounce to handle and hurried throw and just did beat Pence. So Belisario bails him out. It's still 2-1 Dodgers. 2-1, bottom of the 8th. First of all, the bounce to third was tough. Take another look. High chopper, and he had a short hop on the side. Now the hurried throw. Pence runs well. The bounce throw was caught by Adrian Gonzalez just ahead of Pence's arrival. He thought he was saved naturally. By the way, the 15th double play into which Pence has grounded. And a delighted Belisario made one pitch and got out of the jam. So in the bottom of the 8th now, the Dodgers will be looking at Javier Lopez, a very talented left-hander, and he'll be pitching against Nick Punto, Adrian Gonzalez, and Andre Ethier, which of course is the real reason why he's in there. Javi Lopez is from Puerto Rico, from San Juan, lives in Colorado, went to the University of Virginia. His wife has a PhD in counseling and psychology. Javi has his own psychology degree from the University of Virginia. Sneaks that little slider in there. 0-1. Punto finishing up for Hanley Ramirez, who left with a tightness in the hamstring. 0-1 to Punto. Fastball for a strike. Lopez is just a terrific pitcher, especially against left-handers. Since he came to San Francisco, the toughest left-hander against left-hand hitters in the league. They're hitting about 164 against him. His earned run average 1.7. Little fly ball back of first, down the line, slicing, foul, drops untouched. Still 0-2. So Hunter back to his position. Javi Lopez has only walked 11 while striking out 34. The opposition, counting right-handers, are hitting just .211 against him. Javi originally signed by the Diamondbacks and then spent a good 4 years with the Boston Red Sox. Still 0-2. Back in 2010, he went to the Pirates, and then from the Pirates to the Giants to stay. Oh, 0-2. One and two. By the way, if you're not keeping score, Giants are due to send up Pablo Sandoval, Brandon Crawford, and Gregor Blanco, and the chances are they'll be looking at Kenley Jansen. And that slap right at Scutaro. So Punto, a line drive for the out, one down. And now the real reason why Lopez is in there, Adrian Gonzalez and Andre Ethier. Javi Lopez against Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian is hitting .222, 249. Andre Ethier is hitting .154 against him. And ball one. Fouled away upstairs. To repeat, paid attendance tonight. Magic Johnson bobblehead night. 53,393. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Bottom of the 8th. This has a playoff game feeling. Middle of September. Dodgers trying to reduce the magic number to 5. And that's a strike. 1-2. Arizona was not scheduled. They're at home to play Colorado starting tomorrow night. Against Colorado, by the way, Arizona has won 8 of 13. They've had 6 wins and only 1 loss at home against Colorado. Fastball missed, 2-2. Javi is 6'4", 205-pounder, 36 years old. 4th round pick by Arizona. Two balls, 2 strikes. Ball 3. Basically, with Javi Lopez, it's a fastball and a change. And a little foul ball. Of course, when you talk about a big league pitcher and you say fastball, you're really talking about 2 types of pitches. The 4-seamer, the fastball that has a tendency to rise, and the 2-seamer that, if it's effective, will sink. Three and two. Fastball. Fastball's at 88. Once in a while, Javi Lopez fastball clocked at 91. Ronald Belisario, who made 1 pitch tonight, got the double play to bail the Dodgers out in the 8th. Looking on. Three and two. And it's Gonzalez who wins the battle on ball 4. So now you have Ethier followed by Uribe. That went against Bruce Bochy's plan, of course. Ethier has not had any success at all, as we mentioned. Uribe on deck is 1 for 3 in the past against Javi Lopez. Brandon Belt is in front of the bag at first, just in case Ethier tries to drop a bunt, which would be a surprise. He does not have a sacrifice, and there's 1 out. But he's also really struggled against Javi Lopez. Check swing, ball 2. So Lopez had quite a battle with Adrian Gonzalez. It was an 8-pitch at bat, and Adrian got the walk. Two and 0 the count. And a strike, 2 and 1. Fastball, 88. Plays that 88 like a piano. 2 and 1. And ball 3. Waiting on deck, Juan Uribe, who made a very difficult double play in that top of the 8th inning. That was no easy play at all. And there's a soft line drive to Scudero. Adrian back to the bag. So Ethier lines out, 2 down. And the batter will be Juan Uribe. And we will see about Bruce Bochy now, whether he'll lift the left-hander and bring in a right-hander. Bruce hasn't gestured yet towards the bullpen, but the gate's open. So Lopez goes out. Dodgers leading 2-1, have a runner at first with 2 out, and we'll be back. Gonzalez at first base, and a dad has his son in his arms. Sandy Rosario is the name. He's from the Dominican Republic. 6'1", 205-pounder, 28 years old. Originally signed by the Marlins. On the very first pitch that he made in the big leagues, he gave up a home run to Ricky Weeks of the Brewers. And 2 pitches later, he gave up a home run to Prince Fielder. Well, he's done a lot better since then. In 41 innings in relief, he's allowed just 1 home run. So he'll be facing Juan Uribe. And ball 1. Uribe tonight hit into a force play, single to left, fly to left, and then turned in a high chopper to third into a tough double play to bail out the Dodgers in the 8th inning. They're not worrying about Adrian Gonzalez stealing a base. Adrian looking over the giant bench as if to say, really? You're going to try and pick me off? One ball and no strikes, they count to Uribe. And he hits a high fly ball for an out. Angel Pagan. So Uribe goes to center. The Dodgers leave Gonzalez, and we go to the 9th inning. 2-1 Dodgers. Yasiel Puig, and he drives one into the gap in left center field. D. Gordon comes home from third, and the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead into the ninth inning and give the ball to Kenley Jansen. So Puig, as usual, in the middle of dramatic moments. Boy, when you realize he is just starting in his career, and everything he seems to do has a touch of magic to it, conjures the mind as to what will happen as he matures. He's something right now. Meanwhile, somebody else is something right now, and that would be Kenley Jansen. Jansen called in to lock it up. He is 4-3 with a great earned run average, 1.9, 25 out of 28. And of course, every time he comes in, I think we say it for our own pleasure, 14 walks and 102 strikeouts. Also in 70, almost 71 innings, only 44 hits. So that's Kenley Jansen. Sandoval, Crawford, and Blanco coming up in that order. Check swing strike. Sandoval, switch hitter, has grounded to short. Had a great at bat in the fourth inning against Greinke, a 10-pitch at bat, and he drew a walk. And then last time up, flied to left field. 0-1. 1-1. Hunter Pence accounting for the only run with that home run back in the first inning, make it leading off the second. Fouled away, 1-2. The colorful Mr. Sandoval, but he is more than that. He's a heck of a player. 13 home runs, 73 runs batted in. 12 of the 13 home runs hit left-handed. Fouled away again. Sandoval has had well over 500 plate appearances and has struck out 70 times. Considering the fact he is a power hitter, 23 doubles, 2 triples, 13 home runs. Big threat. Fouled away again. Kenley Jansen did not appear in last night's game. He made 19 pitches in the game before against the D-backs, 17 pitches the game before that. So took a game off and now right back in the middle of things. 1-2. And there's Sandoval getting a little bit of it. 1-2. Sandoval is 0 for 7 in the past against Kenley Jansen. And he's going to slap one into center for a base hit. Had a slow curveball, and he just put the bat on it. So Pagan led off the 8th, and they were in trouble, but got out of it. Now Sandoval leads off the 9th with a base hit. Juan Perez will run for him as Brandon Crawford checks in. So Sandoval, very tough hitter. Slap single to center. Brandon Crawford has struck out twice, flied to left. Juan Perez has 1 stolen base. That at bat by Pablo, it was a 7-pitch at bat with 4 fouls. Now Crawford. Crawford just 0 for 1 against Jansen. And a strike, 0-1. Thanks to a fine column by Bill Plaschke of the Times, we found out the number 74 that Kenley Jansen wears, that's his house number in Curacao. So a little touch of home on the shirt. Boy, they're watching Perez, and well they should. Roberto Kelly over to talk to him. He's the tying run. Nobody out, 9th inning. There he goes, and it's a foul ball. So Juan Perez has to go back and try it again. He's from Bronx, New York, but he went to school at Western Oklahoma State Junior College. Came to the United States in 2001. He'll be 27. 5'11", 185. 0-2 the count to Crawford. You can run on Kenley Jansen, that's for sure. That's the one big weakness in his career. There have been 23 attempts of a stolen base against Kenley Jansen. Opposition has succeeded 22 of the 23. Oh, 0-2, and he has to worry about Perez. That's going to go foul down the line. Still 0-2. We're in the 9th, and the Giants in their 6th consecutive game that could very well be decided by 1 run. No balls and 2 strikes. Kenley has made 10 pitches so far, 9 strikes, 1 ball. But it was a 1-2 count when Sandoval singled to center. There goes Perez. The pitch goes all the way to the backstop. Perez rounds second, so he steals second base because he was in motion anyway. So now the Dodgers had used D. Gordon to steal second, and he eventually came around to break the tie. Now the Giants are trying to use the same measure and tie it up at least. Perez made his debut with the Giants in June. Made a great running catch of a drive hit by Paul Goldschmidt. Collided with a padded Garrier, leaping high in the air, and held on to it. So he is not only a very fast runner, he's a very good outfielder. So Perez at second, nobody out. 1-2 to Crawford, and of course Jansen would love to put him away. Ground ball wide at third. Nice pick. Uribe holds the runner, throws out Crawford. So Juan Uribe made sure Perez was not going to come over. 1 down. He gestured at the young runner like that and then threw to first. So 1 away. Gregor Blanco coming up. A reminder, Dodgers Live coming up after the game. Blanco single to right, grounded to short, single to center. So he has sprayed the ball around. Hector Sanchez, switch hitting catcher, comes out on deck. Blanco, 2 home runs, 34 runs batted in, and Sanchez in the on deck circle. Big swing, 0-1. One out, 9th inning, 2-1 Dodgers. Big crowd, but very quiet. Blanco from Venezuela. Seems odd to read the line about Blanco, but apparently it's true. Said he started playing organized baseball at the age of 4. Now, I don't know how you organize in Caracas, Venezuela, but that's what they say. 1-1. And that got away. There goes Perez to third, and he's there. And that thing almost went into left field. Tim Fedorovich having some problems now behind the plate. Handling. The pitch just got away. That should be a pass ball, and it is. And then the high throw saved by Uribe. So a single on a 1-2 count, a stolen base, now a pass ball. The Dodger infield has to play up. Gregor Blanco with the Giants last year had 5 home runs, 34 runs batted in. Two and 1 to Blanco. Fouled away, 2-2. For Jansen, he hasn't been able to come up with that knockout pitch. Remember, Sandoval had 2 strikes and singled. Crawford had 2 strikes, grounded out. Now he has 2 strikes on Blanco. Missed, and the crowd wanted that for sure. But it's 3-2. Hector Sanchez waiting on deck. 3-2 the count. And a drive to center. Ethier is going to have to play it on a bounce, and the Giants have tied up the game. It is 2-2 in the top of the 9th inning. But Kenley Jansen unable to get that strike 3. And looking at a fellow who has struck out over 100, he kept expecting to put somebody away, and he couldn't do it. Fastball slapped to center, and for Blanco, his 3rd hit. Hector Sanchez will now come up as the Giants have tied it up. Hector Sanchez, a switch hitter, hitting .265, hitting only .213 left-handed. However, he has 3 home runs, 2 of them hit left-handed. And Rick Honeycutt talking about how they want to pitch the backup catcher. So the Giants, and it figured, we mentioned it way back at the start of the game. The Giants are in last place. The Dodgers are in first place. And that's only happened 3 times, in 1900, 1985, and 1995. And the feeling is that Bruce Bochy will use that as extra momentum to keep the Giants playing as hard as they can, although there's no doubt that we're going to play it that way anyway against the Dodgers. So here is Sanchez with a runner at first and 1 out. The big play, Perez stealing second, and then the pass ball that sent him to third. Now Jansen has to worry about Sanchez as Perez safely back in the dugout. Pitch out, no action. Blanco over there at first base has stolen 12. A lot of pressure on young Tim Fedorovich. One ball and no strikes. Hector's from Venezuela. Signed with the Giants back in 07. There goes Blanco. Fedorovich throws on the money. So Tim throws a strike to erase Blanco. 2 down and a 1-1 count. Take another look. Fedorovich comes up, had a good pitch to handle, and Punto has it waiting. Two down, 1 ball, 1 strike. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th, they'll have Fedorovich, Mark Ellis, and then Jansen's spot. Off speed pitch once again. Kenley Jansen has 2 strikes on a hitter. He's made 21 pitches in the inning. Two and two. So the Giants hang tough. Deuce is wild. Breaking ball in the dirt. 2 runs, 8 hits for the Giants. 1 error. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. The home run by Pence, and then the double by Puig that put the Dodgers out in front. And then Sandoval's 2-strike base hit started it all here in the 9th inning. 3-2 the count to Sanchez. And that's whacked to right. Puig on the dead run. Can't get it. It'll go to the gate. Sanchez on his way to second base, and he is in there just ahead of the throw. Wow, Puig threw that thing from the bullpen gate on the fly. Almost got him. Now they will have a runner for Hector Sanchez, who would be representing the go-ahead run. Francisco Peguero will be the runner for Sanchez. Strong throw by Puig, right on the money too.
Francisco Peguero.
Remember, the Giants have won 3 of the last 4, and the Dodgers have been struggling. They had a 6-game winning streak, and they now have lost 5 of the last 7. And the one thing that is missing tonight, Jansen is unable to put a batter away. And for a guy with over 100 strikeouts, that really jumps out at. He's had 2 strikes on everybody, and he's given up 3 hits. Ball 1. Of course, let's face it, he's human. Angel Pagan hitting .354, 2 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Means so much to the Giants. They lost him for a good portion of the year. 1 ball, no strike. Breaking ball strike. Jansen has also made 26 pitches. So this has not been his kind of an inning. Tim Flannery keeping an eye on Peguero. One and one. And Fedorovich out to talk to Jansen. Angel Pagan, who normally plays exceptionally well against the Dodgers, right back on his game, 2 for 4 tonight with a stolen base. Francisco Peguera out there at second base representing a tie-breaking run. He's from the Dominican. 1-1. 1-2. To repeat, Fedorovich, then Mark Ellis and Jansen Spot in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-2. High fly ball to right field. Puig is there. Okay. But again, rather interesting. All those hitters. Kenley made a lot of pitches and could not strike out a batter. And we're going to the bottom of the 9th, 2-2. He not only faced 5 batters, he made 28 pitches. He had 2 strikes on just about everybody and could not come up with that strike 3 pitch. Not tonight. So for Kenley, it's all tied up and the Dodgers trying to win it. Joaquin Arias will take over at third base for Pablo Sandoval. Meanwhile, the hard-throwing Santiago Casilla will take over on the mound. Casilla is from the Dominican. An even 6, about 220. Originally signed by the Oakland A's back in 2000. Finally came to the Giants 3 years ago. And ball 1 to Tim Fedorovich. A.J. Ellis was 1 for 3. D. Gordon ran for him and scored a go-ahead run. And this will be Fedorovich first at bat. And the count 1-1. Dodgers deep in thought as A.J. Ellis and Chris Capuano making their own notes. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Brian Wilson begins to warm up. Fastball at 90. It was about 7 years ago when Casilla admitted his real name and his real birthday. Up until then, he was known as Jairo Garcia. And when he revealed the true name, he aged 2 years and 10 months immediately. And down goes Fedorovich on that big slow breaking ball. The Tim strikes out, 1 away, and the batter will be Mark Ellis.
14, Mark Ellis.
Walk-offs this year. Well, the Dodgers have had 7 of them, including the dramatic pinch hit 2-run home run by Van Slyke the other night. Looking for a miracle here in the 9th with Mark Ellis and then Jansen's spot, and he will not come up. Scott Schumacher comes out to hit for him. 1 ball and no strikes. So if we go to the 10th inning, it'll be Brian Wilson. Mark Ellis hit into a force play, grounded to short, sacrifice. 2 runs, 9 hits for the Giants. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Last night, the Dodgers struggled. 1 run, 8 hits. Two former A's going head to head here. Ellis and Casilla. 2-1 to count. The A's released Casilla in 2009. Picked up by the Giants. Basically a fastball. He has what they call a spike curveball. Slider, change, and working on a splitter. Shot up the middle, almost took a shoe and the rubber with him. So Mark Ellis gets the base hit. They call Skip Schumacher back, and Michael Young will be coming up. So Mark Ellis, line drive single. He goes 1 for 3. And here's Michael. The Young batting for Jansen. Mark Ellis at first base. Dodgers can't run for him. He has stolen 4 out of 5. Michael Young, the boy from Covina. We were talking about him last night. His name is Michael Bryan, and his mom Anna just calls him B. So B is here trying to win one for the Dodgers. Oh, and 1. Young originally signed by the Blue Jays, but came up with the Texas Rangers in 2000 and had an incredible career from 2000 through 2012, all with Texas. Then last year the Phillies, and this year with the Dodgers. 0-1. Check swing, no swing. Michael will be 37, 6'1", 200-pounder. Went to the University of California, Santa Barbara. 1 ball and 1 strike. And a high fly ball to left field. Back goes Blanco to the track. Makes the catch. And coming back to first base is Mark Ellis. Wasn't long ago Michael would have hit that out. He's hit as many as 24 in the big leagues. Just not enough for the long fly ball. And the batter now is Yasiel Puig once again. Puig flied to center and walked, flied to right, and then in the 7th inning hit the first pitch for the double in the gap in left center. Remember, we told you if he puts the first pitch in play, not missing it, fouling it, taking it, but if he puts it in play, he's hitting .565. So everybody watching, especially the first pitch. He is 1 for 3 with a walk. And ball 1. Puig 16 home runs, 37 runs batted in. Hitting .340 thanks to his double in the 7th inning. And little ground ball to the hole. Scutaro is there. And so we are going into extra innings. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 9 hits for the Giants, and we'll be back. Lost 9. They've lost 3 of the 4 extra inning games that they have played on the road. The Dodgers in extra inning games have won 4 out of 5 at home, 5 out of 9 on the road. So they're 9 and 5. The former Giant, Brian Wilson, taking over, and that has to be an emotional moment. After all, he was originally signed by the Giants 10 years ago out of LSU. Came up to the Giants in 2006. He was with them through all the fuss and the feathers of last year. And now here he is as a Dodger facing his old club for the first time. Giants will have Scutaro, Belt, and Posey in that order. Slider missing, ball 1. 1-0 the count. Brian's dad spent 22 years in the Air Force. A 1-0 pitch. Ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. The Beards have it. In there. Brian's a little different, and of course, you check in his background, you get all kinds of stories. They say when he played basketball in high school, he wore low-cut shoes, no socks, but he painted his lower legs instead. Then once he got sweating, he'd drip all over the court. But that's Brian. Popped up. It will be Adrian or Mark Ellis, and Mark Ellis. So Scutaro pops it up, 1 away.
First baseman, number 9, Brandon Belt.
Well, that He brought that belt, but of course he can take it off on the way home. He can't, nor does he want to. Brandon Belt popped up, grounded out, sacrificed, 0 for 3. Ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Fastball picks up the corner. That fastball at 94. Brian is about 6'2", 205 pounds, 31 years old. One and two. Not only the full beard for Brian Wilson, but under that cap, a mohawk just for good measure. Then, of course, arms heavily tattooed. And he has company. Not quite a mohawk, but close, huh? Two and two. Brandon Belt has been a very hot hitter since the 1st of August. Tonight he has popped up 2 ground balls and then sacrificed in the 8th inning. Three and two. For the Dodgers, they use Greinke, Howell, Withrow, Rodriguez, Jansen, and now Wilson. Giants have used Kane, Lopez, Rosario, and Casilla. 3 and 2. And ball 4. And that will bring up Buster Posey. So Belt draws a big walk. Posey has grounded out, flied to center, struck out, and was walked intentionally. Interesting. I always remember an old expression catchers used to say, "I can hit anybody I caught," meaning they knew them so well. Well, let's see about this. Buster certainly caught Brian a lot. Strike. 0-1. Oh, and 1. 1-1. We had 53,393 here. Quite a few folks have gone home Thursday night. Coming up 10 of 11. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Belt has stolen 5 bases, 5 out of 7. Held on by Adrian. Big long swing. 1 and 2. Two and 2. He hits 93 on the gun. Jeremy Affeldt, who's just off the DL, begins to warm up in the Giant bullpen, and their usual closer, Sergio Romo, the right-hander. 2 and 2 the count to Buster Posey. Chopper foul. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 9 hits for the Giants. Posey is 0 for 3. 1 out, and Hunter Pence on deck. And a drive into right field, but it's coming over to Puig. He makes an effort to double up Belt. So Yasiel on the prowl out there. So they finally shut Posey down. He goes 0 for 4. And the batter now, Hunter Pence, homered to right field in the 2nd inning. Struck out, grounded out, hit into a double play since. And ball 1. A stolen base has figured prominently for each side. Perez a steal in the 9th. D. Gordon the steal in the 7th. We'll see about Belt over there. We've told you he's stolen 5 out of 7, and Wilson's going to have to keep an eye on him. One ball and no strikes. Little nubber. Wilson down to get it. Low throw. Gonzalez stays with it. So Wilson sets him down on a base on balls. Dodgers are heading to the bottom of the 10th, but they're heading without Hanley Ramirez. Remember, in a 2-2 tie. The 10th inning. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning in a 2-2 tie, and the Dodgers will have Crawford to begin, followed by Punto and then Gonzalez against the veteran left-hander Jeremy Affeldt, who was just activated from the 15-day disabled list prior to tonight's game. He missed 50 games with a strained left groin. He had a lot of trouble going on the DL. The opponents are hitting .308 against him with runners in scoring position. But when he's healthy, he is a lot better pitcher. He lives in Spokane. His father was a bombardier in the Air Force. He flew B-52. He was stationed in Guam. So Affeldt spent 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades there. His dad would leave home suddenly on a mission, return later without ever saying where he had gone, what he'd been up to. And after his father retired from the Air Force, he became a 9/11 operator. His mom is a counselor at a women's clinic in Spokane. interesting background and an interesting pitcher, Jeremy Affeldt. Dodgers will have Carl Crawford followed by Nick Punto in a 2-2 tie. Crawford is 0 for 4, 0 for 5 the last game he played, so he's a very hungry hitter. 0 for 9 and leading off in the bottom of the 10th inning. And a strike, 0-1. Crawford tonight twice flied to center, grounded to short, grounded to first. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Carlos Marmol begins to warm up. Big slow curveball, 0-2. Affeldt is 6'4", 220, 34 years old. Although he was born in Phoenix, he lives in Medical Lake, Washington. No balls, 2 strikes. Slapped on the ground into right field on a no ball 2 strike count. Crawford just went down to get it. If you look at that again, you wonder whether that was even close to the strike zone, but more importantly, he was able to get it. Take a look at the location down there. In fact, Posey's glove touched the dirt. It was that low, and yet he bangs it into right field for his first hit of the night. So the winning runs aboard, nobody out. Punto, Gonzalez, and Ethier. If you have Punto sacrifice, you would think they would take the bat right out of Adrian Gonzalez's hands and walk him. And Ethier, as you know, has struggled against left-hand pitching. But that's looking ahead. Let's see. Punto has sacrificed 4 times. You know he's a pretty good bunter. He even bunts for base hits. He bunts. Good bunt. Belt makes the play to Scudero. Down to second goes Crawford. So now let's see if the scenario follows. You knew if Punto was going to get Crawford to second base, Adrian Gonzalez with his brilliant record with runners in scoring position, and the chances are almost slim to none that they would face him. But we'll see. Giants certainly have nothing to lose except a game. All right, Adrian ready to check in. He is 0 for 3. Fly to center, popped up, grounded out, and then last at bat it was an 8-pitch walk, and they are going to pitch to him. Now let's see if they plan on throwing strikes. The outfield very, very shallow. Blanco and Pagan are way up. Pence reasonable in right. The infield certainly swung around for Adrian to pull, with Crawford almost but not quite behind second base. What he's doing is holding on the other Crawford, the base runner. 0-1 to Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian Gonzalez is hitting .271 against left-hand pitching. Andre Ethier is hitting .220, but they're going after Gonzalez. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out, 10th inning, 2-2. Dodgers trying to lop one off the magic number. Arizona didn't play, so it's up to the Dodgers to change 6 to a 5. 1 ball and 1 strike. Big roundhouse curveball. 2-1 the count. Brian Wilson sitting behind Mattingly with a chance to pick up a victory. Carl Crawford carrying the mail out there at second base. 2-1. Big curveball, big rainbow curve. 2-2 the count. Body language of Adrian, he thought that was too high. Takes one look. Plate umpire Jerry Davis took a walk, and he's not quite ready to get back in. 2-2. Fastball, pull foul, 89 miles an hour, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. A couple of minutes past 11, and we're locked in 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, a runner at second, a 2-2 tie, and Andre Ethier on deck. Fouled away again. Quite a battle here. 2 veterans. Affeldt has been in the big leagues since 2002 when he came up with Kansas City. He spent about 5 years with the Royals, 2 with the Rockies, 1 with the Reds, and then the last 4 years with San Francisco. Two and two. Fastball, a hopper under the glove of the diving Crawford. Here comes the throw to the plate, and the Dodgers win it 3-2, and the magic number is 5. And they pitched to Adrian Gonzalez and paid the price. Well, we weren't second guessing Bruce Bochy. We were first guessing. I thought surely they would walk Adrian and pitch to Ethier. But the veteran Affeldt went 2-2 and got a low fastball whacked just under the glove of the diving Crawford. Pagan, playing shallow, made a good throw to the plate, but Carl Crawford was just able to beat it. And the Dodgers win it 3-2. The Giants have played in 6 straight 1-run games, and the Dodgers pull this one out. The number is 5, and tomorrow night it'll be Clayton Kershaw on the mound against Madison Bumgarner. Crawford running as if his life depended on it. A good throw was right after him, and he made it, much to the delight of the big crowd. 3 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for the Giants. A game of inches, because that's what it was when that ball got by the diving Brandon Crawford. Stay tuned for Dodgers Live. It's coming up next. Good night, everybody.